Have you ever wondered what it would be like to discover something truly extraordinary, something hidden for centuries, waiting just for you to uncover its secrets? Picture a young scholar named Elara, surrounded by dusty tomes in a forgotten library, her fingers tracing faded ink on parchment older than kingdoms. In that moment of quiet discovery, she finds more than just ancient words. She finds a fragmented map, a clue pointing toward the legendary lost lanterns of the Blue Wizards, artifacts whispered to hold the power to restore magic long thought banished from the world. This isn't just a story about treasure or power. It's about courage, curiosity, and the timeless human drive to reclaim what was lost. Wherever you are right now, whether you're joining us from a bustling city or a quiet countryside, whether it's the middle of the night or the break of dawn, we'd love to hear about your corner of the world. Let us know in the comments where you're watching from and what time your own journey into this mystery begins. Alara's discovery sets her on a path few would dare to walk, a quest filled with uncertainty and danger, where every step could unravel her reputation or even cost her safety. In a world where knowledge like this is both coveted and feared, she knows rival seekers and ancient guardians will challenge her resolve at every turn. Yet something deeper calls to her, the chance to restore wonder to a world that has forgotten how to believe in magic. Her journey mirrors our own longing for discovery, that thrill of uncovering hidden truths and connecting with mysteries greater than ourselves. It's that feeling you get when you stumble upon a story so compelling, so rich with possibility, that you can't look away. You have to know what happens next. As we venture together into the tale of the Lost Lanterns, we'll explore forgotten paths, decode ancient symbols, and walk alongside those brave enough to seek what lies beyond the known world. This is more than a history lesson or a myth retold. It's an invitation to imagine, to feel the pull of adventure, and to remember that some truths are worth any risk. So settle in, open your mind to possibility, and let's begin this journey into the unknown, where every clue unravels another layer of mystery, and every step brings us closer to the light that has been lost for ages. Elara's journey began not in the wilds or some forgotten ruin, but within the hushed, hallowed halls of the Eastern Repository, a place where knowledge went not to be shared, but to rest. The air itself was thick with the scent of aging paper and the profound silence of centuries. Towering shelves groaned under the weight of scrolls and ledgers, their spines cracked and titles faded into near invisibility. This was her sanctuary and her proving ground, under the watchful and often wary eyes of the archive guardians, silent monks, who moved with a ghost's grace. Elara carefully unrolled the fragile map she had discovered. Its surface was a chaotic web of lines, star charts, and script written in a cipher that hadn't been used since the Age of Wonders. Every symbol felt like a locked door, and she was painstakingly trying to find every key. It was this intense focus, this obvious pursuit of something specific, that drew the wrong kind of attention. Kaelen, a scholar whose ambition was as polished and cold as the lenses of his spectacles, had been observing her from a nearby carrel. He was known for his brilliant but mercenary approach to academia, more interested in the prestige of a discovery than the discovery itself. One afternoon, as the light from a high window slanted across her desk, he approached. His voice was a low, polite murmur that nonetheless carried a distinct chill. He complimented her dedication, remarked on the curious nature of her document, and then, with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, he pointedly wondered what the Guardians might do if they learned a researcher was attempting to remove restricted materials for a personal, unsanctioned quest. The threat was veiled in academic language, but it was unmistakable. Share your findings with me, or I will ensure your search ends here, in disgrace. The standoff that followed was fought in whispers and tense silence. Elara felt the walls of her beloved archive closing in on her. To trust Kaelen was to guarantee the lanterns would become a trophy, their magic potentially misused for personal gain. To refuse him was to make an enemy of a man with powerful connections and nothing to lose. In that moment of pressure, her choice revealed the very core of her character. She didn't rage or plead. She simply looked at him, her own resolve hardening into something as unyielding as stone. She politely declined his offer of collaboration, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. It was a declaration of independence, but as Kaelen withdrew with a curt nod and a promise that he would be watching, Alara was struck by the profound weight of her isolation. She had chosen the path of the soul seeker, and it was a path that looked increasingly dangerous. For as she packed her notes that evening, her heart still pounding from the confrontation, she noticed something she had missed before. In the margin of a ledger on a nearby cart, someone had hastily sketched a familiar series of angular runes, the same runes she had been struggling to decipher for days. It wasn't Kaelen's neat script, it was someone else's. A cold realization washed over her. She was not the only one who had pieced together the trail. The race for the lanterns was already underway, and her rivals were not just ambitious scholars in dusty rooms. They were in the shadows, they were ahead of her, and they were moving into the vast, unknown wilds beyond the safety of these walls. Her next step would not be to another library, but into the heart of that darkness, leaving the secure, structured world of parchment and ink behind. Alara stepped into the Whispering Woods, a place where the very concept of a path was more a suggestion than a promise. The air changed instantly, growing thick with the scent of damp earth and blooming nightshade, and the sunlight that had been so clear outside fractured into a dim, greenish haze beneath the immense interlocking canopy. The trees here were ancient, their bark etched with patterns that looked unnervingly like forgotten languages, and the ground underfoot was a soft mattress of moss and decaying leaves. She quickly learned the forest's first cruel trick. The trails she found would seem firm and clear one moment, only to dissolve into impassable thorny thickets or vanish entirely at the next turning. Navigation by sun or star was impossible, as the branches above wove themselves into a living ceiling that shifted subtly with the passing hours, a labyrinth that rebuilt itself with every step. Her only reliable guide was the cryptic map and her own sharp intuition, a combination that felt desperately fragile in the face of such ancient, sentient deception. As dusk began to bleed into the deep indigo of night, a new phenomenon emerged, where the first slivers of moonlight managed to pierce the leafy veil and touch the forest floor. The paths themselves seemed to react. They would glow with a faint, silvery luminescence, not enough to illuminate, but just enough to outline a potential route. It was a beautiful, terrifying dance, trusting a trail that only existed in fleeting patches of moonglow, knowing that with the next cloud or the next shift of the branches, it could be gone forever. This was not a test of strength, but of patience, perception, and a willingness to move in harmony with the forest's own mysterious rhythm rather than fighting against it. It was during one of these pauses, as she waited for a new moonlit path to reveal itself, that she encountered the Guardians. They did not appear with a rustle of leaves or a crack of a twig, but simply materialized from the mist that curled around the gnarled roots. Tall, slender figures composed of woven vines, dappled light, and watchful silence. They carried no weapons, yet the air around them hummed with a power that was both serene and formidable. They did not speak, but a question formed directly in her mind, a simple, profound inquiry into her purpose there. The easy answer, the one born of panic and a desire to prove herself worthy, was to state her quest for the lanterns, to declare her noble cause. But in that moment, faced with their ancient, judging presence, she understood that stating her want was not the same as proving her worth. Instead of speaking of her goal, she spoke to theirs. She slowly knelt, not in submission, but in respect, and offered a truth far more personal. She spoke of the world outside the woods, a world that had grown quiet and weary, that had forgotten the taste of wonder and the comfort of true magic. She did not ask for passage as a right, but humbly requested it as a privilege, a chance to perhaps help restore a balance that had been lost. It was a gamble, laying bare her vulnerability to these ethereal judges. For a long moment, there was only the sound of the whispering leaves. Then, one of the figures inclined its head. The mental pressure lifted, replaced by a soft, flowing sense of acceptance. As they dissolved back into the forest, a clear, stable path, lined with glowing mushrooms, shimmered into existence before her. She had passed by offering respect, not force, and in doing so, gained a deeper lesson, that some gates are opened with understanding, not keys. This hard-won triumph, however, was immediately soured by a creeping dread. With the forest's natural sounds returning, she became acutely aware of another noise, a faint, inconsistent crunch of leaves that did not match her own footsteps, always a few dozen paces behind. Whispers, too low to decipher, seemed to coil through the branches just at the edge of her hearing. The shadowy figure from the archives was no longer a theoretical threat, but a tangible presence, a hunter who had somehow navigated the same deceptive woods and was now using her success to their own advantage. The woods were not just a maze, they were a filter, allowing her to pass precisely so she could lead someone unworthy directly to the prize. Every snapped twig in the distance heightened the stakes, transforming the beautiful, magical forest into a claustrophobic trap where she was both the bait and the prey. Pushing forward with a heart hammering against her ribs, Alara finally broke through the last line of trees. The forest ended as abruptly as a cliff edge, opening onto a breathtaking and terrifying vista. She stood on the lip of a deep, roaring gorge, carved through the mountains by a furious river far below. Spanning the chasm was the most precarious structure she had ever seen, a bridge of ancient, weathered stone and fraying rope, swaying gently in the wind. It was less a bridge and more a suggestion of one, crumbling in places, with gaps large enough to fall through. This was the next trial, a brutal test of nerve stretched over a fatal drop. And as she heard another set of footsteps emerge from the tree line behind her, she knew she would have to cross it not just with care, but with speed. Taking a tentative step onto the first stone slab of the bridge, Alara felt the entire structure groan in protest. a deep, mournful sound that seemed to rise from the very rock itself. The wind whipped through the gorge, plucking at her clothes and carrying with it more than just the roar of the river far below. It carried voices. At first, they were faint whispers, indistinct and ghostly, but with each cautious step forward, they grew clearer, layering over one another in a chorus of anguish. She heard the desperate cry of a merchant who had turned back, forever mourning the fortune he might have claimed, the terrified sob of a parent who had chosen the safety of home over the glory of the quest, forever wondering what if. These were the echoes, the regrets of every soul who had ever stood where she stood now and had let their fear dictate their fate. They weren't just sounds, they were a palpable pressure against her mind, a cold dread that seeped into her bones and made every forward movement a battle of will. Halfway across, where the bridge swayed most violently and the stone was worn treacherously smooth, the echoes coalesced. The murmurs of strangers faded, replaced by a single, familiar, and utterly devastating voice, her own. A shimmering, translucent form materialized before her, a phantom mirror of herself, its eyes filled with a cold, knowing disappointment. "You are a fool," it whispered, its voice a perfect mimicry of her own inner critic. A librarian playing at being a hero, you betrayed the sanctity of your archive for a children's story. Kaelen was right. You are stealing what isn't yours to take, and for what? When you fail, and you will fail, you will have nothing. No home, no reputation, only the laughter of your rivals. It fed her every insecurity, every late night doubt she had ever suppressed, giving them a voice and a face. The instinct to turn and run, to flee this emotional onslaught, was overwhelming. Her body trembled, urging her to retreat to solid ground. But Alara had learned a vital lesson in the Whispering Woods. Some gates are not opened by force, and some fears are not conquered by denial. Instead of arguing with the phantom, instead of trying to shout down her own doubts with false bravado, she did something far more courageous. She stopped. She looked directly into the eyes of her manifested fear, and she acknowledged it. Her voice, when she finally spoke, was quiet but steady, carrying over the howling wind. "You're right," she admitted. "I am afraid. I am afraid of failing. I am afraid of being wrong, of being ridiculed, of losing everything for a dream." The phantom seemed to solidify, as if strengthened by her confession, but she wasn't finished. "But my fear does not define my choice. I choose to be afraid and to move forward anyway." This quest isn't about proving I am worthy to others. It is about believing I am capable enough to try. The moment the words left her lips, the phantom didn't vanish in a burst of light. It simply softened, the harsh lines of judgment in its face smoothed, its accusing expression shifting to one of quiet acceptance. It gave a slow, almost respectful nod, and then dissolved into the mist, taking the oppressive chorus of other travelers' regrets with it. The bridge was still treacherous, the wind still fierce, but the path ahead felt clearer, the next stones glowing with a faint, internal warmth, as if acknowledging her victory. The emotional cost, however, was immense. The confrontation had drained her, leaving her feeling raw and exposed, as if her emotional armor had been stripped away. She crossed the remainder of the bridge not with a triumphant stride, but with a weary, fragile determination. Stumbling onto the solid earth of the far side, her legs buckling slightly from the adrenaline crash, she allowed herself one deep, shuddering breath of relief. It was in that moment of vulnerable exhaustion that a flicker of movement on the opposite cliff edge caught her eye. Squinting against the distance, her blood ran cold. There, standing perfectly still amidst the trees, was a figure. Even from across the chasm, she recognized the sharp angles of his posture and the glint of light on his spectacles. Kaelen. He wasn't lost in the woods. He wasn't struggling with phantoms. He was simply watching, a silent observer who had let her navigate every danger to clear the path for him. He raised a hand in a slow, deliberate gesture that was neither a wave nor a threat, but a simple, chilling confirmation. "I see you." Then he turned and melted back into the forest, leaving her with the sickening certainty that her greatest obstacle was not the ancient magic of this land, but the relentless ambition of a man who saw her only as a tool. Shaken, she turned away from the gorge, needing to put the terrifying bridge behind her. As she pushed through a final curtain of weeping willow branches, the view that greeted her stole what little breath she had left. The land sloped down into a wide, serene valley, hidden from the world by a ring of towering, mist-shrouded peaks. And there, nestled amidst wildflowers and gentle streams, lay the ruins. These were not the crude stone heaps of a forgotten village, but the elegant, sprawling skeleton of a vast and sophisticated complex. Graceful arches, though cracked, still reached for the sky. Precise geometric patterns were carved into flagstones now half swallowed by the earth. This was no outpost. It was a sanctuary, a place of learning and power. The air hummed with a deep, resonant energy, the same energy she had felt from the map. She had found it, the first true waypoint on the path of the Blue Wizards, a place where her theoretical quest was about to become terrifyingly, wonderfully real. The silence within the valley was profound, a stark contrast to the roaring gorge and the whispering woods. It was a silence of deep age and undisturbed peace, broken only by the soft crunch of Elara's boots on gravel and the gentle sigh of the wind through crumbling archways. Stepping into the shadow of the first ruined wall, she felt the hum of ancient energy intensify, a vibration that seemed to emanate from the very stones beneath her feet. This was not a place of war or fortification. The layout spoke of contemplation and study, open courtyards connected to what must have been scriptoriums, and circular chambers suggested places for stargazing or communal gathering. Nature had begun its reclamation, with vines snaking up pillars and small trees cracking through mosaic floors, but the elegance of the original design was undeniable, a testament to the Blue Wizard's pursuit of knowledge and harmony. Her eyes were drawn to the interior walls of a largely intact hall, where the true treasure revealed itself. Beneath layers of grime, moss, and the slow decay of centuries, colors still clung to the stone. Faded murals stretched from floor to ceiling, their narratives unfolding in a series of intricate panels. With a reverence that bordered on prayer, Alara carefully cleared a section with her sleeve, her breath catching in her throat. The artistry was breathtaking. The figures weren't merely painted. They seemed to be woven from light and shadow, depicting the Blue Wizards not as stern sorcerers, but as compassionate guides. In one panel, they were shown gathering scattered, fading motes of light, the very essence of lost magic, their faces etched with sorrow for a world growing dimmer. The next sequence showed the forging of the lanterns. This was no scene of fiery furnaces and hammering metal. Instead, The wizards were depicted under a canopy of stars, their hands cupped around what appeared to be crystallized starlight and liquid moonlight, weaving these elements together with strands of pure intention. The lanterns themselves were not brass or glass containers. They were depicted as vessels of living energy, their cores pulsing with a soft, captured radiance. The final, most crucial panel showed the lanterns not being used, but being released. They floated above a darkened landscape, and where their light fell, the withered land bloomed and confused, wandering magical energies, depicted as elegant, ethereal creatures were gently guided back to their natural courses, restoring balance to the world. The lanterns weren't batteries to be drained. They were shepherds, sentient guides for a magic that had lost its way. Driven by a scholar's irrepressible need to preserve, Alara scrambled for her journal and charcoal sticks. Time was irrelevant as she began the meticulous work of rubbing the murals, the soft scraping of her tools, the only sound in the hall. She was so absorbed in capturing the precise curve of a symbolic rune, one that seemed to represent a covenant between wizard and light, that she failed to notice the subtle shift in her environment. The first warning was not a sound, but a sensation, a deep, grinding vibration through the stone floor. She froze, charcoal stick hovering over the paper. As she slowly turned, the rubble near the entrance began to shift, not from collapse, but from something rising beneath it. Two figures pulled themselves from the earth, their bodies composed of the very rock and soil of the ruins. They were crude but formidable humanoid shapes, their heads simple, featureless stones that nonetheless seemed to focus on her with a palpable sense of territorial intrusion. These were the sanctuary's silent guardians, awakened by her disturbance of their charged, sacred space. There was no malice in their movement, only a relentless, purpose-driven advance. The message was clear. She was an outsider, and her documentation was a violation. What followed was a frantic, terrifying ballet of evasion. Alara's world shrank to the confines of the mural hall, a deadly game of cat and mouse, where she was the mouse and the cats were made of mountain stone. She darted behind pillars, their massive forms shuddering as a stone fist slammed into them. She rolled under a crumbling archway, just as a heavy foot came down where she had been kneeling. It was a test of agility and wit against pure, unstoppable force. Every near miss sent a jolt of pure adrenaline through her, her heart hammering a frantic rhythm against her ribs. The choice was immediate and brutal. Drop everything and flee for the entrance to save herself, or risk one more moment to secure the knowledge she came for. In a split-second decision, she chose the latter. As one construct lumbered past her, its attention momentarily diverted by her dropped satchel, she made a desperate dive back toward the mural. Her eyes locked on the crucial covenant rune, the key to understanding the lantern's true nature. Pressing a fresh sheet of paper to the wall, she swept her charcoal stick across it in two frantic, broad strokes before a shadow fell over her. She yanked the rubbing free, scrambled backward, and barely avoided being grabbed by a powerful stone hand. With no time to even get to her feet, she half crawled, half scrambled out of the hall, the thunderous footsteps of her pursuers echoing behind her. She didn't stop running until she was well outside the ruins, collapsing behind a large, fallen menhir, her chest heaving. Safe for the moment, her hands trembling, she smoothed out the precious, nearly lost rubbing. There it was, the symbol, clear and unmistakable, and surrounding it in the mural's border were other, smaller sigils she now had time to study. They weren't instructions for using a lantern. They were a plea for understanding one, a lexicon of respect for a sentient force of magic. The realization was staggering. The entire quest had just been upended. She wasn't searching for a powerful object to be claimed. She was searching for a conscious entity to be partnered with, a guide that would require her to prove her worthiness, not just her cleverness. This revelation reframed everything, casting her entire journey in a new, more profound light. As she studied her map with this new understanding, a previously cryptic notation near a high mountain pass suddenly made sense. It was marked not with a symbol of danger, but with the sigils for air and spirit. The path ahead, she now knew, would not be guarded by mere physical obstacles, but by elemental watchers, beings of wind and thought that would test her intentions, not her strength. The race was no longer just against Kaelen. It was a race to become someone worthy of the light she sought, before those who sought only power could corrupt it entirely. Leaving the tranquil valley and its stone guardians behind, Alara began her ascent into the jagged, cloud-wreathed peaks. The trail was no path at all, but a treacherous scramble over scree slopes that shifted treacherously underfoot and along narrow ledges that dropped away into sheer, dizzying emptiness. The air grew thin and cold, each breath a conscious effort, but the physical challenge was only the beginning. The moment she reached a high, exposed pass between two great stone spires, the wind found her. It was not a natural gust, but a sentient, furious presence. It didn't blow, it attacked. It screamed around the rock formations with an almost intelligent malice, trying to pluck her from the ledge. Its force so powerful, it stole the breath from her lungs and brought stinging tears to her eyes. Every step was a battle for balance, a fight against being hurled into the abyss. Crouching behind a large boulder for a moment's respite, her body trembling from exertion and cold, she understood this was another guardian. This was no puzzle of patience like the woods, or a trial of personal fear like the bridge. This was a raw, elemental fury that demanded a response. She could feel a consciousness in the gale, a wild, untamed spirit of the air that was ancient and proud. The instinct was to fight back, to curse the wind, to struggle against it with all her might. But the mural's lesson echoed in her mind. These trials sought a partner, not a conqueror. To defy the wind spirit would be to declare war on the mountain itself, a battle she could not possibly win. Instead, she closed her eyes against the biting chill, focusing on the memory of the Covenant rune. She thought not of commanding the element, but of understanding it. What was the nature of wind? It was freedom, movement, the breath of the world. It was not an enemy to be defeated, but a force to be respected. Drawing a shuddering breath, she did not shout in defiance. She began to speak, her voice a fragile thing against the gale's roar. She used words from a tongue so old it felt like dust and starlight on her lips, words of harmony and respect she had painstakingly transcribed from a decaying lexicon. She did not ask for the wind to stop. She acknowledged its power, its purpose, its essential role in the balance of this sacred place. She spoke of journeys and freedom, her words a plea for safe passage, not a demand. For a long moment, nothing changed. The wind continued to scream, mocking her feeble attempt. Then a shift occurred. The furious, chaotic screaming began to soften, to organize itself. The random, punishing blasts coalesced into a rhythmic, powerful flow, The wind was still immense, still formidable, but it was no longer hostile. It now blew in a single, strong direction, pressing her firmly against the mountain wall, effectively creating a solid, invisible rail to brace against as she moved forward. It was an agreement, not a surrender. The elemental spirit had accepted her respect and offered a conditional aid, but the path was still hers to walk. The cost of this hard-won accord was time, the process of calming the winds, of finding the right words and waiting for the spirit's response, had taken what felt like an age. And time was a luxury she no longer possessed. As she navigated the now manageable pass, she chanced to look back down the slope, her stomach lurching. Far below, a tiny but distinct figure was beginning the same ascent. Even at this distance, she recognized the determined, efficient pace. Kaelen had not been slowed by the woods, the bridge, or the ruins. He was leveraging her progress, using the path she had cleared and the trials she had pacified. Her heart sank. Her greatest advantage had been her understanding, but it was an advantage that moved at a scholar's careful pace, not a rival's sprint. The fragile nature of her alliance with the elements was made terrifyingly clear moments later, perhaps stirred by Kalen's disruptive presence far below, or simply as a final test. The mountain gave a deep, grinding shudder. A section of the cliff face above her, weakened by the relentless wind, sheared away. Alara threw herself flat against the rock as a torrent of stone and dust cascaded down just a few feet from her. The avalanche missed her completely, but the thunderous crash echoed through the pass for a full minute. When the dust settled and she dared to look, her blood ran cold. The section of the trail she had just crossed was gone, obliterated. Her satchel, which she had momentarily set down to adjust her footing, was gone with it. She had her journal and the precious mural rubbing in her inner pocket, but she had lost her remaining food, her water, and her bedroll. She was now truly alone on the mountain, with no supplies and a rival closing in. Shaken but alive, she pressed on, the directed wind now feeling less like an aid and more like a stern escort, hurrying her along. The pass began to narrow, funneling her toward a solid wall of rock. For a heart-stopping moment, it seemed the path simply ended at a dead end. But as she drew closer, she saw it, a narrow, almost invisible fissure in the cliffside, a crack just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. And from within that darkness emanated a soft, persistent glow, a light that held the exact same cool, serene azure hue as the lanterns in the ancient murals. It was not the blinding light of a treasure hoard, but a gentle, inviting radiance, a silent beacon in the deep stone. After the roaring wind and the falling rock, the silence surrounding the fissure was profound. This was no grand entrance. It was a hidden threshold, and whatever lay within would demand a different kind of courage altogether. Squeezing through the narrow fissure, Alara left the howling wind and biting cold of the mountain passed behind, entering a world of profound silence and soft, ethereal light. The air was still and carried a faint, clean scent of ozone and stone. She found herself in a cavern of breathtaking beauty, its walls and ceiling encrusted with massive, geometrically perfect crystals that glowed with their own internal, azure luminescence. This was not the harsh, artificial light of a torch or flame, but a living, breathing radiance that pulsed gently, casting long, deep shadows that seemed to hold secrets of their own. The light from these natural lanterns illuminated the cavern's central feature, a vast, smooth wall covered in meticulously carved inscriptions and a complex series of interlocking circles and angular runes. This was no random geological formation. It was a library of stone, a final examination hall constructed by the blue wizards themselves. The inscriptions were not in any language she could read, but were instead a symphony of symbols representing celestial alignments, philosophical concepts, and elemental harmonies. The key to understanding them, she quickly realized, was not in translation, but in observation. Set into the wall at specific points were several palm-sized, perfectly cut crystals, each mounted on a central pivot that allowed them to be rotated. The solution was a puzzle of light and shadow. The fading daylight from the fissure entrance, combined with the cavern's own pulsing glow, had to be caught and reflected by these crystals in a specific sequence, aligning beams of light with corresponding symbols on the wall. It was a test designed for a specific kind of person, one with the patience to watch, to wait, and to understand the natural rhythm of the world, rather than forcing an answer through brute force or haste. Time seemed to warp within the cavern. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours as Elara studied the play of light, her eyes straining to see the subtle connections. She would adjust a crystal a fraction of an inch, then wait for the sun outside to shift just enough to make the next alignment possible. It was a meditative, frustrating, and utterly absorbing process. This was the core of the Blue Wizard's teaching, made manifest in stone and light. True mastery comes not from seizing power, but from aligning oneself with the existing flow of the universe. With a final, gentle twist of the last crystal, a beam of concentrated azure light shot across the chamber, striking a lone, unmarked sigil in the center of the wall. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, with a deep, grinding rumble that vibrated through the soles of her boots, a section of the wall recessed and slid sideways, revealing a dark, narrow opening into a previously hidden chamber. A wave of triumphant relief washed over her, so potent it made her legs feel weak. Without a second thought, driven by the thrill of discovery, she stepped across the threshold. The moment her weight settled on the floor inside, the mechanism reacted. The heavy stone door slammed shut behind her with a final, echoing crash that felt like a tomb ceiling. The sudden, absolute darkness was suffocating. The only light now was a thin, desperate sliver filtering through the minuscule gap where the door met the floor. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed at her throat. She was trapped in a space no larger than a small closet, and in the terrifying silence, she could already feel the air growing heavy, each breath feeling shallower than the last. Her moment of victory had instantly become a fight for survival. The initial, primal urge was to scream, to pound her fists against the unyielding stone until they were bloody. But that would only waste the precious, limited air more quickly. Gritting her teeth against the rising tide of claustrophobic terror, she forced her mind to quiet, to become the scholar she was, not the panicked animal she felt like. She had to work with what she had. Her hands, trembling slightly, patted down her pockets. Her journal, the charcoal, the mural rubbing, and a small, sharp shard of the glowing crystal from the main cavern that must have broken off and caught in her cloak. It was still emitting a faint, dying pulse of light. An idea, desperate and thin, began to form. If she could not break out, perhaps she could signal out. Using the sharp edge of the crystal shard, She painstakingly began to scratch at the mortar, surrounding a single, small stone near the bottom of the door, right where that thin sliver of light shone through. It was agonizingly slow work, her fingers cramping, the gritty dust filling her lungs, but finally the stone loosened. She wiggled it free, creating a hole just large enough to fit the crystal shard through. Angling it carefully, she began to manipulate the shard, using its faint light to flash a simple, repeating pattern out into the main cavern. It was a universal distress signal, a plea for help cast into the silence, a gamble that someone, anyone, might be out there to see it. She had no way of knowing if the light was even visible, or if her efforts were just the final, futile actions of a trapped woman. The answer came not as a sound, but as a shadow that fell across the tiny hole, blocking the faint light from outside. A moment later, she heard the unmistakable sound of someone working on the other side of the door, the scrape of metal on stone, the grunt of effort. With a great heave, the stone door slid back open, flooding the chamber with the cavern's gentle glow and fresh, cool air. Elara stumbled out, gulping in deep breaths, her eyes squinting against the relative brightness, and there, standing before her, not with a triumphant smirk, but with a look of stark, pragmatic assessment, was Kaelen. He held a sturdy metal pry bar, the tool that had saved her. He had seen her signal. For a long moment, they just stared at each other, the animosity and rivalry between them suspended in the face of her near death. The expected gloating did not come. Instead, Kaelen's voice was flat, devoid of its usual polished condescension. "It seems the architects of this place designed their tests for one," he stated, his gaze flicking from her to the still open hidden chamber. "But their safeguards against failure are absolute. You are clever, Elara. I have never denied that. But cleverness alone will not unlock what lies deeper. We have now both seen that this path requires more than a single mind can offer." He gestured with the pry bar toward the dark opening. "I propose a temporary truce. A collaboration of necessity. We pool our knowledge to navigate whatever lies ahead. We can resume our disagreement once we are both out of this mountain alive and with the prize in hand." His offer hung in the air, a dangerous, seductive lifeline. It was not born of kindness, but of cold, calculated logic. He had witnessed the mountain's lethality firsthand now. He needed her understanding to proceed, just as she had needed his strength to escape that tomb. Refusing him meant likely death for both of them. Accepting meant trusting the man who had threatened her, manipulated her, and followed her with predatory intent. The stakes had just been raised from a scholarly race to a matter of shared survival. As Alara met his gaze, her mind racing, the hidden chamber behind her seemed to exhale. With a soft click, the far wall of the small space slid away, not into another room, but revealing the top of a steep, narrow staircase hewn directly into the living rock, descending into a darkness so complete it seemed to swallow the cavern's gentle light. Their path forward was together, into the unknown depths below. The staircase was a spiral of obsidian and silver, descending into the earth with no visible end, and its walls were not stone but mirrors, endless, flawless panes that reflected not just their forms, but their souls. With each step downward, the air grew heavier, thick with the scent of ozone and old memories. The first reflection that caught Alara was not her own tired face, but a vision of her younger self, weeping over a faded botanical text in the archive. The moment she realized a rare species of healing herb had been lost to time, because no one had bothered to transcribe its properties. It was a regret of knowledge left unrecorded, a quiet failure that had haunted her for years. Beside her, Kaelen flinched as his own mirror showed him coldly rejecting a fellow researcher's theory in a public forum, not because it was wrong, but because he saw a chance to elevate his own status by dismissing it. The mirrors did not show grand, dramatic failures, but these intimate, personal moments of choice, each one a thread in the tapestry of their characters. The descent became a torturous parade of their deepest insecurities and secret shames. Alara saw every time she had chosen the safety of her books over the risk of real-world exploration. Kaelen was forced to relive a lifetime of prioritizing acclaim over genuine connection, watching collaborations wither and friendships sour because he could not share credit. The staircase was a psychological gauntlet, and its purpose was devastatingly clear. It measured the weight of their pasts to see if they were worthy of a future that required absolute trust. They walked in silence for a long time, the only sounds their footsteps and the occasional sharp intake of breath, as another painful memory surfaced in the glass. The rivalry between them, once a sharp, defining line, began to feel petty and small in the face of this relentless introspection. It was Kaelen who broke first. He stopped before a particularly vivid reflection of himself as a young man, turning down a grant to study under a legendary but reclusive historian because the work offered no promise of fame. "It never ends, does it?" he said, his voice uncharacteristically hollow, stripped of its usual polished confidence. "The accounting. You think you're building a legacy, but you're just building a list of everything you chose to walk away from." He didn't look at Alara, but kept his eyes fixed on his own regret-filled gaze in the mirror. Seeing him vulnerable, laid bare by the same forces that were assailing her, Alara felt the wall between them crack. The instinct to guard her purpose, to keep her motivations secret from her rival, suddenly seemed foolish. They were in a place that fed on isolation and discord. If they were to have any hope of surviving it, they would have to offer something else. Taking a steadying breath, she spoke to his reflection. "I'm not here for a prize to put on a shelf," she said, her voice soft but clear in the eerie silence. The mural in the ruins, it showed the lanterns as shepherds, not weapons. They don't contain magic, they guide it. The world has forgotten how to wonder, Kaelen. It's grown quiet. I want to find them, to help it remember, to restore the balance, not break it. Her words hung in the charged air. She had given him the key to her entire quest, the core of her vulnerability. She had handed her rival the very ammunition he could use to dismantle her entire purpose. For a long moment, he was silent, studying her in the mirror as if seeing her for the first time. The ambition in his eyes, usually so sharp, seemed to soften into something closer to contemplation. "A legacy of restoration," he murmured, almost to himself. Not a footnote in a history book, but a recalibration of history itself. He finally turned to look at her directly, and the cynical edge was gone from his voice. "My expertise is in decryption and structural engineering. Yours is in contextual history and symbolic languages. Alone, we are two halves of a key. This staircase proves that." A temporary alliance, then, not just to escape, but to succeed properly. It was not a warm offer of friendship, but a pragmatic, respectful proposal from one professional to another. Elara nodded, the agreement sealed with a look rather than a handshake. The moment the pact was made, the atmosphere in the staircase shifted subtly. The oppressive weight lightened, and the mirrors ahead no longer showed isolating regrets, but fleeting, overlapping glimpses of potential, a world shimmering with renewed magic, a scholarly partnership that could unlock ages of secrets. The staircase, it seemed, rewarded unity. Their fragile new accord was immediately tested by the environment itself. No sooner had they taken their next steps than a deep crack splintered the wall of mirrors beside them. The step Kaelen had just left crumbled into dust, falling away into the blackness below. Then another gave way, and another. The staircase was collapsing, destabilized by some ancient mechanism, or perhaps by the very shift in their dynamic. The reflective gauntlet was now a physical race for survival. "Run," Kaelen yelled, no trace of academia left in his voice, only raw survival instinct. They launched themselves downward, no longer careful scholars but desperate fugitives, leaping over gaps where entire sections of the spiral had vanished. The sound of shattering glass and grinding stone filled the air, a terrifying cacophony chasing them down into the dark. As they ran, a new horror emerged from the fracturing mirrors. Where the glass broke, tendrils of shimmering smoke like darkness seeped out, forming into vague humanoid shapes with hollow eyes. They made no sound, but their presence was a cold vacuum against Alara's skin, sucking at her sense of hope and amplifying every flicker of doubt and suspicion. These were the guardians of discord, and they fed not on flesh, but on the very disharmony the staircase had been designed to root out. They swarmed toward the pair, drawn by the fear and the frantic energy of their flight. Kaelen, ever practical, swung his pry bar at one, but the metal passed through the smoky form without resistance, only making it churn more violently. Alara understood instantly. "Don't fight them," she gasped, skidding to a halt on a precarious intact section. "They're reflections, they feed on conflict." As if to prove her point, a guardian swept past Kaelen, and he recoiled, his face twisting as if hearing a torrent of his own most cynical thoughts. Their only defense was to actively suppress the very emotions the situation was designed to provoke. Forcing calm into her voice while her heart hammered against her ribs, Alara reached out, not to strike, but to point forward. The next platform, together, it was a command of unity. They moved as one, focusing on their goal and their agreement, mentally pushing back against the oppressive despair the creatures emanated. The guardians recoiled from their synchronized resolve, their forms fraying at the edges like mist in a sudden wind. With a final, coordinated leap, they cleared a massive gap and landed hard on a wide, solid stone platform that marked the bottom of the staircase. The moment their feet touched down, the terrifying sounds of collapse above ceased abruptly. The guardians dissolved into wisps of smoke that were drawn back into the few remaining intact mirrors, which then faded into plain, dark rock. They were safe, left panting and shaken in the sudden, profound silence, the remains of the staircase looming like a broken spine above them. Before them, the tunnel opened up into impossible space. They stepped out of the claustrophobic stone passage into the vast, breathtaking expanse of an underground garden. The air was warm and humid, carrying the rich, loamy scent of earth and the perfume of night-blooming flowers. giant bioluminescent fungi, provided a soft, multicolored glow, illuminating trees with silver bark and streams that flowed with water, clear as glass. But the true wonder and the true terror of the place revealed itself in its rhythm. Overhead, a cluster of glowing crystals mimicking a constellation moved across the cavern ceiling at an unnerving pace, completing a day-night cycle in a matter of minutes. A flower bud near Alara's foot unfurled its petals, bloomed into magnificent color, and then withered to dust, all within the span of a single, held breath. Time here did not pass. It raced, a raging river compared to the gentle stream of the world above. Their fragile partnership had survived the mirrors of the past, but their next challenge was hurtling toward them at a speed they could scarcely comprehend. The transition from the collapsing staircase into the garden was so absolute it felt like stepping into a different dimension. The air, once thick with dust and the echoes of shattering glass, was now warm and heavy with the perfume of 1,000 unknown blossoms. The oppressive silence was replaced by a low, resonant hum, the sound of life moving at a pace that defied all logic. Here, a butterfly with wings like stained glass took a full minute to complete a single, languid flap. A droplet of water, falling from the leaf of a silver-barked tree, hung in the air, catching the soft light of glowing fungi for what felt like an eternity, before beginning its slow, syrupy descent to the pool below. This was the Garden of Frozen Time, a place where seconds stretched into minutes, and every action carried the weight of an age. Navigating this surreal landscape required a complete recalibration of their instincts. A hasty step, a sudden gesture, even a sharply spoken word could send ripples through the fragile temporal field. They moved with a deliberate, almost ceremonial slowness, their communication shifting from words to a system of subtle hand signals and meaningful glances. Elara would point with a gently extended finger toward a path between two pulsating, giant flowers, and Kaelen would nod with a slow, deliberate dip of his chin. Their earlier pact of necessity was being forged into something more profound, a silent, synchronized dance of mutual survival. Each successful, coordinated movement built a fragile trust, a wordless understanding that their fates were literally tied to the same slowed-down second. This hard-won harmony shattered in an instant of misplaced trust. Kaelen, his eyes scanning the cavern's ceiling for architectural clues, took a half-step backward to get a better view. His heel came down not on solid stone, but on a flower the color of a twilight sky, its petals so delicate they seemed woven from mist. The effect was instantaneous and horrifying. A sharp crack of displaced air echoed through the garden, and a wave of visible energy, like heat haze, erupted from the crushed blossom and engulfed him. He cried out, but the sound was distorted, stretched, and warped. Before Alara's eyes, his hair began to streak with silver, then stark white. Lines etched themselves deeply across his forehead and around his eyes, and his posture stooped as if under the weight of decades. In the span of 3 heartbeats, a vibrant man in his prime had been reduced to a frail, aged version of himself, gasping for breath and staring at his own withered, trembling hands. Panic was a luxury the garden would not allow. A swift, rash movement to reach him could trigger another trap, dooming them both. Alara forced her breathing to slow, her mind racing through the archives of her memory. The murals in the ruins, They weren't just a history lesson, they were a guide. She recalled a specific panel adjacent to the Covenant rune, one she had almost dismissed as decorative. It depicted a blue wizard gently touching a wilted plant, surrounded by counter-rotating spirals of light. The accompanying symbols weren't about growth, but about reversal, about convincing time itself to unwind its own work. It was a theory, a desperate gamble based on a faded painting. Speaking in a low, steady chant, using the ancient phonetics she had practiced for years, she began to trace the counter-spiral symbols in the air before her. Her movements were agonizingly slow, matching the garden's rhythm, each gesture requiring immense concentration to maintain the precise form. A faint, golden light began to bleed from her fingertips, weaving into the pattern she was creating. She directed this energy not at Kaelen, but at the source of the disruption, the remains of the chronal flower itself. The theory was simple yet audacious. You couldn't heal the man, you had to heal the moment. The garden watched, every plant and creature seeming to hold its breath. The golden energy touched the crushed petals, and for a terrifying second, nothing happened. Then the flower began to reassemble itself, pulling back from nothingness, its petals rewinding into their pristine, uncrushed state. As the flower restored itself, the wave of aged time reversed its flow. The silver and white bled from Kaelen's hair, returning to its original color. The deep wrinkles smoothed from his face, and his frame straightened, strength flowing back into his limbs. He stumbled forward, catching himself on a nearby tree, his breath coming in ragged, healthy gasps. He looked at his hands, young, strong hands, then at Alara, his usual mask of cynical composure utterly gone, replaced by raw, undisguised awe and gratitude. She hadn't just saved him, she had performed a feat of magic he had only read about in theoretical texts. In that moment, any lingering pretense of a temporary, self-serving alliance evaporated. They were partners. The garden itself seemed to acknowledge this solidified bond. As the last of the temporal distortion settled, the path before them, which had been a confusing maze of slow-moving foliage, rearranged itself. Vines draped with glowing berries retracted, trees with spiraling trunks shifted just enough, and a clear route unveiled itself, leading to the cavern's far wall. There, the air itself seemed to fold and shimmer, weaving into a vertical pool of liquid light that swirled with colors unseen in the world above. It was a portal, humming with immense, contained power, its surface reflecting not their faces, but fleeting images of a vast, starlit chamber, and the distinct, elegant silhouettes of lanterns hanging in silent vigil. The test of harmony was passed. The way to the inner sanctum, and to the heart of the mystery they had risked everything to find, was now open. Stepping through the portal was like passing through a curtain of cool, silent water. The riot of sense and distorted time of the garden vanished, replaced by an atmosphere of profound, awe-inspiring stillness. They found themselves in a perfect circular chamber, its domed ceiling a map of the cosmos, rendered in glittering gemstones and swirling nebulae of captured light. The air hummed with a deep, resonant frequency that vibrated in their bones, a silent chord of immense power held in perfect balance. In the center of the room stood two simple stone pedestals, empty and waiting. This was not a treasure vault. It was a sanctuary of judgment, a place that had witnessed the final moments of countless seekers and found them wanting. Before they could take more than a few steps, the light in the room coalesced, From the starry ceiling, two tall, luminous forms descended, their features indistinct yet radiating an ancient, weary wisdom. They were the echoes of the Blue Wizards, the last impression of their consciousness, left to guard their greatest work. They did not speak with voices, but with concepts that unfolded directly in Alara and Kaelen's minds. A simple, devastating request. To claim the light, you must first confess the darkness that brought you here. Speak the true failure that set your feet upon this path. The air grew heavy, charged with the weight of absolute truth. There would be no clever evasion here, no academic posturing. This was the final trial, and its only key was brutal, unvarnished honesty. Elara went first, her voice small but clear in the vast chamber. She spoke not of a single event, but of a lifetime of quiet retreat. She confessed her fear of inadequacy, the deep-seated belief that she was a curator of wonders, never a participant. She recounted the countless times she had hidden within the safety of her archive, translating the bold adventures of others, while her own dreams of discovery withered from neglect. Her quest for the lanterns, she admitted, was born not from confidence, but from a desperate need to prove to herself that she was more than just a keeper of stories, that she could actually live one. It was an admission that left her feeling terrifyingly exposed, as if she had handed her deepest insecurity to the silent judges. Kaelen was silent for a long time, the usual calculating look in his eyes replaced by a deep, internal struggle. The grand boasts and carefully crafted narratives he had built his career upon seemed to crumble to dust in this place that valued only truth. When he finally spoke, his voice was stripped of its polished arrogance, raw and quiet. "I have spent my entire life chasing a legacy," he began, the words tasting like ash. "Every discovery, every deciphered text, every accolade was a brick in a monument to my own name. I wanted to be remembered as the greatest scholar of my age, and I believe the lanterns were the ultimate prize to secure that." He looked at his hands, then at the ethereal forms before him. "My failure is that I sought glory over truth. I wanted to own the light, not understand it. I followed Elara not just to beat her, but because on some level, I knew she understood something fundamental that I had willfully ignored in my pursuit of fame." His confession hung in the air, a shocking act of humility from a man who had defined himself by his ambition. In the resonant silence that followed, the chamber responded. The two stone pedestals in the center began to glow with a soft, internal radiance. Then, the light above them condensed, pulling itself from the air and the starry ceiling, weaving into being not physical objects, but two perfect orbs of shimmering, serene azure light. They were the lost lanterns. They did not rest on the pedestals, but floated just above them, pulsing gently with a sentient, watchful energy. There were no handles, no switches, no instructions. They were beings of pure purpose, and they simply were. The initial wave of triumphant relief was immediately swallowed by a far more daunting reality. They had passed the trial of confession, but now faced the trial of choice. The lanterns hovered, waiting. How does one wield a sentient force of magic? Elara's instinct, forged from the murals in her own heart, was to approach with reverence, to extend an open hand not to take, but to invite. Kaelen, despite his confession, felt the old pull of possession, the scholar's urge to examine, to measure, to contain and control the incredible power humming before them. The conflict was no longer between them, but within each of them, a silent battle between two fundamentally different ways of engaging with the world. This internal struggle was violently interrupted. A deep, shuddering tremor ran through the chamber, a groan of ancient stone stressed beyond its limits. A crack splintered across the beautiful domed ceiling, and dust rained down. The echoes of the blue wizards flickered, their forms straining as if holding back an immense pressure. Their final message echoed in the minds of the Seekers, not as a warning, but as a statement of consequence. The pact is broken. The Guardian stirs. Their honest confessions had been the key that unlocked the lanterns, but the mere presence of uncontained magic of this magnitude had also tripped a final, fail-safe protocol. The Sanctum, in its ultimate wisdom, would now test the worthiness of their choices, not with puzzles or mirrors, but with pure, undiluted force. The chamber trembled again, and a section of the far wall detached itself, not crumbling, but reorganizing, its stone flowing into the form of a colossal sentinel, its single eye, a pit of swirling darkness that locked onto the two tiny figures and the luminous orbs they dared to claim. The colossal sentinel did not roar or charge. Its threat was in its silent, inexorable advance. Each step made the chamber tremble, the starry gems in the ceiling shivering like frightened stars. Its form, a terrifying fusion of jagged mountain stone and searing, contained light, moved with a purpose that was both mechanical and deeply intelligent. The single eye of swirling darkness at its core seemed to absorb the very light of the lanterns, a void hungry to extinguish their radiance. This was no mindless automaton like the stone guardians in the ruins. This was the warden of the pact, a final embodiment of the blue wizard's will, and it would not be defeated. It could only be answered. Kaelin's first instinct, born of a lifetime of solving physical problems, was to fight. He hefted his pry bar, his eyes darting across the chamber for a structural weakness, a loose stone, anything to use as a weapon. But as he made a feinting move toward the creature's leg, a beam of pure force erupted from the sentinel's hand, not to strike him, but to encase the metal tool in a shell of solid crystal. The message was clear. Violence was not the answer this thing sought. It was a test of harmony, not force. Elara, her heart hammering against her ribs, grabbed his arm, pulling him back. It's not attacking us. It's testing the balance. Our actions are discord, and it reacts to that. The Guardian's next movement confirmed her theory. It raised its other hand, and the very air in the chamber thickened, becoming a visible, shimmering field of energy that pressed down on them, a weight meant to drive them to their knees not through pain, but through sheer, overwhelming pressure. It was a demand for submission, for surrender, but Alara understood that submission was not the same as respect. Forcing her head up, she began to speak, her voice straining against the energy field. She recited the words of the covenant from the mural, the plea for understanding between seeker and magic. The Guardian paused, its head tilting, the oppressive pressure lessening by a fraction. It was listening. Kaelen saw the opening. While Alara held the creature's attention with lore, he put his agility to a new purpose. He began to move, not to attack, but to navigate. He darted around the perimeter of the chamber, his eyes no longer looking for weaknesses to exploit, but for patterns to complete. He noticed that the pressure waves emanating from the Guardian synced with the pulsing light of the lanterns and the gemstones in the ceiling. The rhythm, Elara, matched its rhythm. he shouted over the hum. He started tapping his foot against the floor in a complex counterbeat, not to disrupt the energy, but to harmonize with it, to show they could move in concert with the sanctum's natural frequency. It was a desperate, beautiful act of synergy. Alara provided the ancient language and intent, her words a soothing balm to the Guardian's programmed rage. Kaelen provided the physical expression of that harmony, his movements a dance that proved their understanding was more than theoretical. Together, their separate skills wove a tapestry of resonance. The shimmering field of pressure dissolved, and the sentinel's aggressive posture relaxed. The swirling darkness in its eye calmed, shifting into a deep, placid blue. It had been soothed. The colossal being took one final step toward the central pedestals, and then sank into a kneeling position, its stone form becoming still, its light gentle. The trial was over, but the silence that followed was not one of victory. The kneeling guardian lifted one massive hand, and a single, perfect beam of light shot from its palm to one of the floating lanterns. The meaning was transmitted not as words, but as a profound, unavoidable knowing that settled in their bones. The balance of this place was precariously maintained. The magic here was not a cache to be looted. It was a vital organ in the body of the world. To remove both lanterns would be to stop its heart. One must remain, to continue the shepherding work, to maintain the pack. The choice was theirs, but the consequence was absolute. The weight of that decision crushed the air from the chamber. They had endured every trial, faced every fear, and forged a partnership from rivalry, all for this moment. To leave empty-handed after all that was a crushing prospect, yet to take both would be an act of ultimate selfishness, a betrayal of everything the Blue Wizards had stood for, and everything they themselves had just proven they understood. Kaelen looked at the lanterns, his face a mask of raw conflict, the old hunger for a grand prize warring with his newfound respect. It was Elara who spoke, her voice quiet, but filled with a resolve that had been forged in the fires of their journey. "We came to restore balance, not disrupt it," she said, her eyes meeting his, a legacy of restoration. "You said it yourself." She turned to the kneeling guardian, her choice made. "We will take one. The other remains with you to continue the work." As she said the words, a part of her heart felt like it was tearing, the scholar in her screaming at the loss of such profound knowledge. But the woman she had become on this path knew it was the only true choice. The guardian inclined its head in a gesture of profound respect. Then it reached out and gently touched her forehead. A surge of warmth, not of power, but of knowing, flowed into her. It was the guardian's blessing, not a map or a spell, but a deep, intuitive understanding of the lantern she would take, a bond that would guide her in its care. The gift of wisdom was immediately followed by the cost of their decision. The moment the pact was sealed, the chamber began to scream. The act of removing one lantern had destabilized the delicate systems of the sanctum. The beautiful domed ceiling began to fracture in earnest, huge chunks of stone and crystal crashing down around them. The starry map flickered and died. The way they had entered, the portal, shimmered and collapsed into nothingness. Their only hope was a new opening that tore itself into the far wall, a narrow, rough-hewn tunnel that was already shuddering, its sides grinding together as it began to seal itself shut. The sanctum was expelling them, and it was giving them only one chance to leave. The race was no longer for a prize, but for their lives. the world dissolved into a chaos of roaring stone and blinding dust. The sanctum was dying around them, and their only path was a tunnel that seemed to be swallowing itself. Alara clutched the remaining lantern to her chest, its cool, pulsing light the only steady thing in the madness. Kaelen, without a second's hesitation, grabbed her arm and pulled her into the narrowing passage, just as a massive slab of crystal crashed down where they had stood. There was no time for words, only motion. The lantern's glow pushed back against the oppressive darkness ahead, its light not just illuminating the path, but actively reacting to the sanctum's death throes. Where fractures spat magical energy like electrical arcs, the lantern's beam would soften the effect, creating a temporary, stable corridor through the tumult. It wasn't a tool, it was a partner working with them to forge an escape. They ran, their footsteps echoing in the tight, shuddering space. The tunnel was alive, its walls groaning and contracting, as if the mountain itself was trying to expel them. Debris rained down, and more than once, Kaelen used his shoulder to shield Elara from a falling spray of rock, his academic demeanor replaced by a raw, protective instinct. The cooperation that had been a strategy in the sanctum was now a matter of life and death, a seamless dance of pushing forward and watching each other's backs. The air grew thick with dust, making every breath a ragged cough, and the light from the lantern began to flicker, its energy seemingly drained by the effort of holding the collapsing magic at bay. The ultimate test came without warning. The floor ahead, stressed beyond its limits, gave way entirely, collapsing into a black pit. Kaelen, who was a half step ahead, lunged for the far side. His fingers scrabbled on the crumbling edge, finding purchase for just a moment before the stone broke away. He cried out, beginning to fall into the void below. Elara didn't think. There was no calculation, no weighing of risk. She threw herself forward, landing hard on her stomach at the precipice, one hand gripping the lantern, the other shooting out to lock around Kaelen's wrist. The force of his weight yanked her forward, grinding her torso against the broken stone. For a terrifying second, they were suspended there, a fragile chain over the abyss, the sound of falling rock echoing from the darkness beneath them. Kaelen looked up, his face etched with a shock that quickly morphed into something else, a profound, stunned realization. He had spent a lifetime believing everyone had a price, that alliances were temporary. In this moment, with Alara risking her own life to hold on to him, that cynical world, you shattered. He found a foothold in the wall, pushing up as she pulled with all her strength, and he scrambled over the edge to safety. They collapsed together for a heartbeat, gasping in the dusty air, the unspoken bond between them forged in trust and sealed in adrenaline. There was no time for gratitude. A deep, final shudder ran through the tunnel, and the light at the end, the promise of open air, began to dim as the eggs, it itself, started to seal. They ran toward that fading light with the last of their strength, the ground disintegrating at their heels. The lantern flared one last time, its light burning a brilliant, defiant azure, and the final magical barrier at the exit. A shimmering web of containment spells dissolved before them like mist in the sun. They burst out of the mountain, tumbling onto soft grass and rolling down a gentle slope as a thunderous boom echoed behind them. The entrance was gone, replaced by seamless, ancient rock, the mountain's secret forever locked away once more. The silence was immediate and absolute. The roaring, the shaking, the desperate gasps for air, it all ceased. They lay on their backs in a sun-drenched valley, staring up at a clear blue sky, their bodies trembling with exhaustion and the aftershock of survival. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers, a stark contrast to the ozone and dust of the sanctum. The only sound was the gentle whisper of a nearby stream and the frantic beating of their own hearts, slowly calming. The quest was over, and yet it had just begun. They had escaped with a sliver of a miracle, but the weight of what they had left behind and the immense responsibility of what they now carried settled over them. They were no longer just a scholar and a rival. They were guardians of a fragile, living light, standing together in the quiet peace of a world, utterly unaware of how close it had come to being permanently dim. Lying on the soft grass, the world felt impossibly quiet and still. The only evidence of their ordeal was the fine layer of stone dust, covering their clothes and the lingering tremor in their hands. Between them, resting on a bed of moss as if it had always belonged there, was the lantern. In the bright sunlight, its nature was clearer. It was not a physical object in any traditional sense, but a contained, self-aware essence of light, its azure core pulsing with a slow, steady rhythm that felt like the heartbeat of the world itself. It did not blaze with power, but hummed with a profound, serene presence, casting soft, shifting patterns on the ground around it that seemed to tell stories of forgotten stars and ancient harmonies. Kaelen was the first to break the silence, his voice hoarse from dust and exhaustion, yet already sharpening with that familiar, calculating edge. "We did it," he breathed, more to himself than to her. He pushed himself up onto one elbow, his gaze fixed on the lantern with an intensity that was almost predatory. The knowledge this contains, the power. It's incalculable. Think of it, Alara. We wouldn't just be famous. We would be the architects of a new age. We could command any university, any royal court in the world. We could have our own research institute, funded beyond our wildest dreams, with this as the centerpiece. His words painted a picture of gilded lecture halls and adoring acolytes, a future built on the exclusive ownership of a miracle. Elara sat up slowly, her body aching, but her eyes were not on the lantern's potential for glory. She watched the way its light seemed to soothe the very air around it, how a nearby wilting wildflower subtly straightened its stem, as if drawing strength from its radiance. "You're still seeing a prize to be displayed," she said, her voice quiet but firm. She reached out, not to grab the lantern, but to let her fingers hover just above its surface, feeling the gentle warmth of its energy. "The mural showed us, the blessing from the Guardian showed us. This isn't a thing to be owned or commanded. It's a guide. It shepherds magic. To lock it away in a private vault for study would be like caging a songbird to own its song. You wouldn't own the song, you would kill it." The debate that unfolded there in the sunlit valley was a microcosm of their entire journey. Kaelen argued from a place of pragmatism and deeply ingrained ambition, pointing out the dangers of releasing such a potent force into a world that might not be ready, a world that contained people like his former self who would seek to exploit it. He spoke of control, of safety, of managing the revelation. Elara argued from a place of faith and newfound conviction, speaking of the world's weariness, its quiet longing for wonder. She spoke of the lantern not as a weapon or a tool, but as a teacher, a catalyst that could help people rediscover the magic within themselves and their world. Its purpose isn't to be used, she insisted. Its purpose is to be, and in being, it restores. We weren't meant to be its masters, Kaelen. We were meant to be its witnesses. The change in him did not come as a sudden, dramatic conversion, but as a slow and painful dawning. He looked from her earnest, determined face to the lantern, and then down at his own hands. The hands that had held the pry bar, that had crushed the chronal flower, that had almost reached for the light with greed instead of grace. He remembered the crushing weight of years the garden had inflicted on him, and the profound humility of being saved not by force, but by understanding. He remembered her grip on his wrist over the abyss, an act that asked for nothing in return. His ambition, which had been the core of his identity for so long, suddenly felt like a hollow, childish thing compared to the quiet, immense responsibility glowing before them. A legacy of restoration, he murmured, echoing his own words from the staircase of mirrors. He let out a long, slow breath, the tension draining from his shoulders. You're right, it has to be for everyone, or it is for nothing. The decision made, a new and more practical energy took hold. The immediate plan was clear: return to the Eastern Repository. It was the only place with the resources, the security, and the scholarly neutrality to properly document their findings and plan a careful, responsible way to reintroduce the lantern's influence to the world. But as they prepared to leave the valley, carefully wrapping the lantern in layers of soft cloth to protect it during the journey, a new unease settled over them. The peaceful meadow no longer felt like a sanctuary. Every rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze made them turn their heads. Every bird call sounded like a signal. The paranoid feeling of being watched, which had plagued Elara since the archives and Kaelen in the mountains, returned with a vengeance. They were no longer just two tired scholars carrying a precious artifact. They were two people who knew, with cold certainty, that their greatest trial might not have been inside the mountain, but waiting for them outside of it. Their return journey began under a cloud of heightened awareness. They moved with a new caution, their previous focus on the path ahead now split, their senses constantly scanning the surrounding forest for any sign of movement that wasn't natural. They were guardians of a world-changing hope, but they were also prey, and the silence of the woods felt less like peace and more like a held breath, anticipating the moment it would be broken. The journey back toward the known world was a tense and silent reversal of their triumphant exit from the mountain. Every familiar landmark now seemed to hold a hidden threat, every rustle of undergrowth a potential footstep. The initial euphoria of survival had been replaced by a gnawing, vigilant dread. It was Kaelen, his senses honed by a lifetime of competitive academia, where listening for a rival's discovery was a survival skill, who noticed the first irregularity, a freshly snapped branch at shoulder height on a trail they had cleared days ago, a break too clean to be the work of an animal. Elara, her knowledge of the forest's natural state from her initial passage, pointed out the next clue, a patch of moss that had been carefully replaced on a rock but faced the wrong direction, a tiny detail screaming of a clumsy attempt to conceal a footprint. Their reaction was not one of panic, but of seamless, unspoken coordination. Without a word, they moved off the main path, their communication reduced to a series of hand signals they had perfected in the time-warped garden. They were no longer just two individuals carrying a burden. They were a single unit, a mind with two bodies, anticipating each other's movements. Kaelen, with his understanding of structural pressure and leverage, identified an unstable overhang of rock. With a few precise movements using only fallen branches and stones, he rigged a simple but effective noise trap, designed not to harm, but to announce. Elara, drawing on her encyclopedic memory of the terrain, led them through a boggy area where their own footsteps would vanish within minutes, then doubled back to a vantage point to watch. They were not running, they were thinking, using the environment as both a shield and a weapon, their combined intellects creating a defensive web around them. The decision to lay a false trail was Kalen's idea, a tactical feint straight out of the historical siege accounts he had devoted years to studying. "We lead them where we want them to go, not where we are," he whispered, his eyes alight with a strategic fire that had once been reserved for intellectual duels in lecture halls. They deliberately scuffed the ground near a game trail that led toward a narrow, steep-walled canyon, a perfect place for an ambush. They then painstakingly concealed their true path into a thicket of thorny brambles, leaving just enough of a subtle sign for a truly skilled tracker to find, a lure for arrogance. Hunkered down in the shadows, watching the mouth of the canyon, they expected to see a figure emerge from the trees, a rival scholar, a bounty hunter, perhaps even a remnant of the archive guardians. What stepped into the fading light was nothing of the sort. A figure emerged from the forest, but it moved with an unnatural, gliding motion, its form seeming to flicker and distort at the edges as if it were a reflection on disturbed water. It was tall and vaguely humanoid, but composed of shifting shadows and captured light, with no discernible face, only a single, burning point of awareness where its head should be. It paused at the canyon entrance, and a low, resonant hum filled the air, a sound that made the lantern at Alara's side pulse in a soft, warning rhythm. This was no person. It was a magical entity, a creature of pure intent drawn to the lantern's power like a moth to a flame, and their clever traps and false trails were the desperate scramblings of insects before something vastly more powerful. Their only option was a desperate, headlong flight. The canyon they had chosen as a trap became their prison walls, forcing them deeper into its confines. The entity followed, its pace unhurried, its eerie silence more terrifying than any battle cry. It did not run, it simply flowed forward, its shadowy form passing through the physical obstacles they had to scramble over. The narrow gorge finally opened up, spilling them out onto the shores of a vast, mist-shrouded lake. The water was perfectly still and opaque, the mist lying over it like a thick, gray blanket, swallowing all sound and sight beyond a few dozen feet. It was a dead end, a place of profound isolation. The entity emerged from the canyon mouth behind them, its form solidifying in the damp air, the single point of light at its core fixing on the lantern. They were cornered, with a magical predator at their back and a seemingly impassable body of water before them, the mist closing around them like a shroud. Cornered at the water's edge, the mist closing around them like a damp fist, Alara and Kaelen faced the entity. It did not advance with menace, but with a slow, inevitable glide, its form a shifting tapestry of shadow and stolen light. The single point of awareness at its core seemed to drink in their fear, growing brighter with their panic. Then, a strange phenomenon began. The surface of the perfectly still lake, which had been opaque and gray, started to shimmer. It wasn't reflecting the mist or the sky. It was reflecting them, but not their physical forms. The water showed a younger Kaelen, his face twisted with envious fury as he sabotaged a colleague's research. It showed Elara, paralyzed by indecision in her archive, watching a priceless scroll crumble to dust because she was too afraid to handle it incorrectly. The lake was a mirror of their regrets, and the entity was the frame, drawing strength from every painful image that rippled across the surface. Alara's instinct was to shield the lantern, to protect its light from this creature that seemed to feast on darkness. But as she clutched it to her chest, a new understanding flowed into her, not as a thought, but as a knowing imparted by the lantern itself. This was not a foe to be fought. The entity was a manifestation of the very discord the blue wizards had sought to heal, a sentient echo of conflict given form by the sanctum's destabilization. It wasn't attacking them, it was reflecting the turmoil within them, and in doing so, it grew stronger. To fight it would be to feed it. The only way to defeat a mirror was to change what it was forced to reflect. She took a steadying breath, pushing her own fear down into a quiet corner of her mind. She closed her eyes, and instead of envisioning a shield or a weapon, she focused on the feeling of Kaelen's hand, pulling her from the collapsing tunnel. She concentrated on the moment in the garden when time reversed itself, not through force, but through harmony. She thought of their confessions in the sanctum, the terrifying, liberating power of shared truth. Holding the lantern before her, she did not command it to emit a blinding beam. She asked it to project. A soft, azure light spilled forth, but it did not strike the entity. It washed over the surface of the lake, and the water's reflections changed. The image of Kaelen's betrayal dissolved, replaced by a vision of him risking his life to rig a noise trap to protect them. Elara's moment of cowardice faded, replaced by her courageous dive to save the mural rubbing from the stone guardians. The lantern was weaving a new tapestry, not of their failures, but of their triumphs of character. For a moment, the entity hesitated, its form flickering uncertainly. It was a being that knew only how to process and reflect negativity. This new input was a language it didn't understand. Seeing Elara's strategy, understanding it instantly, Kaelen did not hesitate. He stepped forward to stand beside her, not as a rival, but as a partner. His voice, usually so measured and cynical, was thick with an emotion he had long suppressed. "And this," he said, his gaze fixed on the entity, "this is me realizing that a legacy built alone is a prison. And this is the moment I chose to be more than my ambition." He wasn't speaking to Alara. He was offering his own truth to the lantern's light. The projection on the lake shifted again, showing not his past, but a potential future. The two of them standing before a gathered crowd, not boasting of a trophy, but carefully, respectfully explaining the nature of the lantern, their partnership, a living example of its balancing power. Their combined offering Alara's empathy and Kaelen's redemption was a force the entity could not consume. The violent, shadowy form began to soften, its edges blurring. The single, burning point of light at its core fractured, not with a bang, but with a sound like a sigh of immense relief. It broke apart into 1,000 motes of harmless, gentle light that danced in the mist for a moment like fireflies before settling onto the surface of the lake, causing the water to glow with a soft, peaceful radiance. The oppressive silence shattered, replaced by the natural night sounds of the forest, the chirping of crickets, the gentle lap of water on the shore. The threat was simply gone, disarmed not by violence, but by a courage far greater than combat, the courage to be vulnerable and to trust. The hard-won lesson settled over them more profoundly than any magic. True power did not lie in domination, but in connection. The lantern was not a key to unlock doors, but a bridge to build understanding between fractured things. As the mist began to clear, they saw that the lake, now calm and glowing, revealed a new path. A series of flat, steady stones, previously hidden beneath the water's surface, now glowed with a soft internal light, creating a safe passage across to the far shore. The way home was not a retreat. It was an invitation to carry the lesson forward. With the lantern's light now a gentle guide, rather than a hidden secret, they stepped onto the first stone, the water still holding the fading echo of the harmony they had created. Their journey back to the world of men, beginning not with a flight, but with a quiet, purposeful walk across a lake of peace they had forged themselves. The journey back to the Eastern Repository felt like traveling between worlds. The air itself grew heavier, thick with the scent of old paper and quiet judgment, a stark contrast to the wild, magic-threaded winds of the mountain passes. As they approached the great stone archway, the lantern, carefully wrapped and concealed within Alara's satchel, pulsed with a soft, anxious rhythm, as if sensing the shift from open sky to vaulted ceiling. The guardians at the gate, their faces impassive beneath their hoods, noted their return with a silent nod, but their eyes held a flicker of something new, not curiosity, but a watchful suspicion. Word of their unsanctioned departure had clearly spread, and the hallowed halls of knowledge, they soon discovered, could harbor a chill as biting as any mountain gale. Their summons to the Council of Scrolls came before they could even wash the dust from their clothes. They stood in the great circular chamber, surrounded by the most esteemed and ancient scholars of the age, their faces etched with the deep lines of a lifetime spent in study and skepticism. The air was thick with the weight of centuries of tradition. High Archivist Valerius, a man whose beard seemed woven from the cobwebs of forgotten shelves, regarded them not with excitement, but with a profound and weary disapproval. He listened, his fingers steepled as they spoke of their quest, of the whispering woods, the echoing bridge, the garden of frozen time. When they revealed the lantern, its azure light spilling gently into the dim room, the reaction was not awe, but a chorus of dismissive snorts and murmured accusations. They were called reckless children, thieves of restricted lore, fools chasing fairy tales, who had now returned with a dangerous and likely fraudulent trinket. It was Kaelen, to his own surprise, who found the words to bridge the chasm of disbelief. Instead of arguing, he turned to Alara and gave a single, slight nod. She understood. Unwrapping the lantern fully, she did not hold it aloft like a trophy. Instead, she knelt, placing it gently on the cold stone floor in the chamber's center. She closed her eyes, and rather than trying to command its power, she simply asked it for help. She focused her mind on a question that had plagued the archives for generations, the complete translation of the Canticle of the Silver Stars, a text so badly damaged only fragments of its poetic prophecy remain. The lantern's light shifted, its gentle pulse quickening. Beams of azure light shot out, not as weapons, but as brushes, painting lines of shimmering script directly onto the far wall. Where there had been gaps and erasures, complete stanzas now glowed with celestial clarity, revealing not just lost words, but a deeper cosmological meaning that several scholars in the room instantly recognized as true. The silent demonstration was more powerful than any boast. The dismissive murmurs ceased, replaced by a breathless, reverent silence. One by one, the oldest and most stubborn archivists rose from their seats, their skepticism crumbling before the gentle, irrefutable truth of restored knowledge. The victory, however, was immediately complicated by the question of their story. The council, now eager and brimming with questions, demanded a full account, every step, every clue, every mechanism of the traps they had faced. They wanted maps. They wanted coordinates. This was the moment they had dreaded. To provide a full accounting would be to hand a roadmap to the sanctum's doorstep, to risk others less worthy making the same journey, perhaps even attempting to claim the second lantern. Kaelen, his old instincts flaring, argued for a strategy of careful omission. They could reveal the lantern's abilities and the general nature of their find, but hold back the crucial details that would allow anyone to retrace their steps. It was the pragmatic, safe choice, the one that would maintain their control and unique status. Elara, however, thought of the phantom on the bridge, of the confession in the sanctum. She remembered the cost of secrets and the corrosive nature of hoarded knowledge. Standing before the assembled wisdom of the age, she made her choice. With a calm certainty that silenced the room, she chose full and radical transparency. She declared that the quest for the lanterns was never meant for a single soul, that the true magic was not in the finding, but in the shared understanding. She promised to dictate a complete chronicle of their journey, every success and every failure, every rune and every riddle, to be copied and distributed freely to every major library across the land. A wave of astonished whispers swept through the chamber. She was not just sharing a discovery, she was fundamentally challenging the repository's deepest tradition of guarded, earned knowledge. Yet, as she spoke, her conviction was a force unto itself. She wasn't inspiring a hunt for treasure. She was igniting a new era of collaborative, humble research, one based on the principle that wonder belonged to everyone. Watching her, Kaelen felt the final piece of his own transformation click into place. The ambition to be the sole owner of a grand discovery finally released its grip on him. He saw a different path, one far more fulfilling than any private institute or royal court. When archivist Valerius, his skepticism now replaced by a dawning respect, offered him a position leading a new department dedicated to studying the lantern, Kaelen surprised everyone, most of all himself, by declining. Instead, he requested to oversee the beginner's curriculum for new apprentices. His reason was simple and profound. A generation taught that knowledge is a river to be shared, rather than a fortress to be defended, will do more to protect the light than any single guardian ever could. His purpose had shifted from hoarding knowledge to planting the seeds of wisdom. With their roles redefined, the nature of their quest evolved. The immediate goal was no longer discovery, but stewardship. The council, united now behind Alara's vision, formed a new order, the keepers of the kindled flame, with the explicit duty of protecting the lantern, not from being found, but from being misunderstood and misused. Their first act was not to build a stronger vault, but to establish a rotating guardianship, ensuring no single person or faction could ever claim sole ownership of the light. Yet, as Alara pored over the complete canticle of the silver stars, the lantern had revealed. A final, thrilling revelation emerged. The poem was not a singular work. It was one movement in a greater symphony. It spoke of the other lost lanterns, each one attuned to a different aspect of the world's fading magic, each one hidden along forgotten paths that stretched beyond the eastern mountains into realms uncharted by any map in the repository. The single light they had brought back had not ended their journey. It had simply illuminated the true, vast scale of the map, hinting at a new quest that would require not just courage, but an entire community of awakened hearts and minds to undertake. Their hard-won peace was shattered not by an external monster, but by a familiar human ambition that had followed them home. The great hall of the Eastern Repository, once a place of hushed reverence, was now packed with a murmuring, restless crowd of scholars, nobles, and curious citizens, drawn by whispers of a rediscovered miracle. The air, thick with anticipation and the scent of burning incense, turned electric the moment High Archivist Valerius finished his formal introduction. Before Elara could even begin to speak, a tall, severe woman in the robes of the astrological conclave rose from her seat. Lady Lyra's voice cut through the hall, not with curiosity, but with a cold, acquisitive authority. She declared the lantern an artifact of immense and unstable power, too dangerous to remain in the hands of two junior researchers who had, by their own admission, already destabilized an ancient sanctum. She demanded it be surrendered immediately to her conclave for proper study and secure containment. Her faction of aides already moving to flank the podium, their intent clear. This was not a request, but a seizure disguised as protocol. A tense silence descended, heavier than any mountain stone. Kaelen's hand instinctively tightened into a fist, his body coiling for a physical defense. But Alara placed a calming hand on his arm, her eyes not on the approaching aides, but on the lantern resting between them. She remembered the sentinel in the sanctum, how it reacted not to the act of taking, but to the intent behind it. As Lady Lyra's lead aide reached for the glowing orb, Alara did not pull it away. Instead, she gently nudged it forward into the path of his grasping fingers. "If you believe you are its rightful guardian," she said, her voice carrying a surprising steadiness, "then let it know your heart." The moment the man's skin touched the lantern's surface, the serene azure light did not flare in anger. It softened, becoming a gentle, penetrating luminescence that seemed to wash over him. Then it happened. The light did not attack him, it revealed him. Faint, shimmering images began to coalesce in the air around him, not visions of grandeur or scholarly pursuit, but a rapid, undeniable montage of his true motivations. The hall gasped as they saw him accepting a heavy purse of gold from a shadowy benefactor. They saw him whispering with Lady Lyra, not about safety, but about the political influence controlling such power would grant their faction. They saw plans to reverse engineer the lantern's energy into a weapon to be sold to the highest bidder. The light was a mirror of the soul, and it showed his pursuit for exactly what it was: greed, naked and unadorned. The man recoiled as if burned, his face a mask of horrified shame, the truth laid bare for all to see. A wave of outrage began to build in the crowd, now directed at the would-be usurpers. But Alara knew that exposing one corrupt soul was not enough. To truly win, they had to demonstrate the alternative. She turned the lantern, its light now pulsing with a gentle, inviting rhythm toward the rest of the audience. The blue wizards did not hide the lanterns to be owned, she proclaimed, her voice rising with a passion forged in the depths of the earth. They hid them to be understood. This light does not respond to commands, it responds to purpose. It is not a weapon to be wielded, but a truth to be shared. Who among you comes with a heart open to wonder, and not a fist closed around desire? Hesitantly at first, then with growing courage, individuals in the crowd stepped forward. A young apprentice, her eyes wide with genuine awe, reached out. The lantern's light swirled around her hand, and images of her painstakingly copying damaged texts laid into the night. Her only goal, the preservation of knowledge itself, floated in the air. An old historian, his hands gnarled with age, touched it next. The light showed a lifetime of quiet, uncelebrated work, piecing together lost histories for the simple joy of understanding. One after another, those with pure intent came forward, and the lantern wove a tapestry of their collective hope above the hall. A beautiful, swirling constellation of selfless dedication, curiosity, and a shared love for the magic of knowing. The contrast was absolute and devastating. On one side stood Lady Lyra and her aides, shrouded in the exposed darkness of their greed. On the other stood the community, illuminated by the lantern's approval, their best intentions made visible and celebrated. The attempted takeover didn't just fail, it crumbled into irrelevance before this overwhelming display of collective good. The crowd, once divided and uncertain, now found itself united not by a leader, but by a shared vision of what they could be. In that moment, the theoretical teachings of the Blue Wizards became a lived, breathing reality. Conflict was not defeated by a stronger force. It was disarmed by a greater truth, and potential disaster was transformed into a profound moment of communal enlightenment. Standing in the center of this transformed space, feeling the shift in the very air of the hall, Alara and Kaelen shared a look of perfect, unspoken understanding. The question of what to do with the lantern was answered. To keep it, to put it under guard or in a vault, would be to betray everything it represented and everything they had just experienced. Their ultimate triumph was not in having found it, but in knowing how to let it go. Elara turned back to the assembled crowd, her voice clear and strong with finality. A single flame, hidden away, gives no warmth and sheds no light. It is only in the sharing that it fulfills its purpose. This lantern does not belong to us. It does not belong to any one person or faction. It belongs to all who seek to understand, to preserve, and to wonder. From this day forward, let it journey among us. Let it be studied by every willing mind, protected by every caring heart, and learned from by every generation to come. A profound silence held for a breath, and then the great hall erupted not in cheers, but in a deep, resonant hum of agreement, the sound of a community rediscovering its collective soul. The fate of forgotten magic, which had hung in the balance just moments before, was now secured not in a fortress, but in the hands of a people united by a rekindled sense of shared wonder. The light had found its true guardians, and its work of healing the world could finally begin. Standing together on a high balcony overlooking the repository's central courtyard, Alara and Kaelen watched the quiet revolution unfolding below. The lantern, no longer a hidden secret, but a communal heart, floated serenely above a gathered circle of junior apprentices. Its light, soft and penetrating, washed over a pile of ancient, fire-damaged scrolls that had been deemed unsalvageable for generations. As the azure glow touched the blackened edges, the charcoal itself seemed to unwind, the scorch marks receding like a tide to reveal crisp, unfaded ink underneath. A collective gasp rose from the apprentices, not of shock, but of pure, unadulterated wonder, the sound of a world remembering its own magic. This was no longer about a single quest. It was about the slow, steady rekindling of an entire culture's sense of possibility. Elara felt the change within herself as deeply as she saw it in the world around her. The anxious scholar who had once trembled at a rival's threat now stood with a posture of quiet certainty, her hands resting calmly on the sun-warmed stone railing. Her confidence was no longer born from knowing all the answers, but from trusting the process of discovery itself. Beside her, Kalin observed the scene with a thoughtful stillness that was entirely new. The relentless drive that had once narrowed his world to a single point of victory had softened into a profound humility. He watched a young student successfully correct a master's long-held error using the lantern's light, and instead of a flicker of envy, a genuine smile touched his lips. Their greatest personal treasure was not the glory of finding the lantern, but the quiet satisfaction of having learned how to let it go, to become stewards instead of owners. The world they returned to was indeed richer, but its newfound wealth was measured in whispers of color, returning to faded murals, in the rediscovered melody of a song thought lost forever, and in the collaborative spirit that now hummed through the once silent archives. Their sacrifice, the choice to share the light rather than control it, had woven them into the very fabric of this renewal. They understood now that their journey had never been about a destination. It was a transformation, a forging that had tempered them from seekers chasing a distant legend into guardians nurturing a living, breathing truth. The map they had followed was now etched not on parchment, but on their hearts, a permanent guide to the true nature of wonder. And yet, for all the closure and peace they had found, the horizon still whispered of mysteries uncharted. The complete translation of the Canticle of the Silver Stars, made possible by the lantern, spoke clearly of others' lanterns of verdant growth, of deep memory, of unspoken harmony, each attuned to a different facet of the world's fading song, hidden along paths that wound ever eastward into lands beyond any known map. The prospect was no longer a desperate race against a rival, but a patient, lifelong invitation to understanding. Alara felt a thrill of calm anticipation, not anxiety, for the work yet to be done. Kaelen looked east, and where he once saw only a blank space to be conquered, he now saw a promise of endless, collaborative discovery. They faced this future not with the frantic energy of their first quest, but with a resilient and hard-won hope, a readiness to walk those forgotten paths not as lone heroes, but as the first of a new kind of guide, lighting the way for all who would follow.